ball, but clawing it back is Hammond. Here's a 3-on-2 break the other way. Page into the near corner, cut to the rim, and there's a whistle and a foul, and another foul against Arnold. And I'd have to think that's got to be, if it's against Arnold, that's got to be his fourth. They're saying the foul is against Harper. They're listing it against Harper, and that is his fourth, as that foul shot is rattled in by Page. Darian Page with 3 points in this game. Missing on the second foul shot. He's 1 of 4 from the foul line in this game. 2-point margin. And there's a whistle and a foul against Thrive. And that'll be the first team foul of the fourth quarter. Fouls played a part in that third quarter of play, as Hammond picked up the foul, and that is his fourth personal foul. That is a big call then. Tyler Hammond has to take a seat on the Thrive Charter bench. What a pass collected there by Arnold. Outlets it over to Reynolds on the far side. Back up top to Harper. Harper again being hounded by Page. Up top to Reynolds. Because Thrive is extending their defense, it's not allowing New Egypt just to hold on to the ball for long possessions. There's a turnover from their best dribbler. Turner up top around the horn. Again, they're without the services of Hammond, who's been their only three-point specialist here today. Inside, it's Young. Young again looks up top for Turner. Turner sets and fires, no good. Skillman cleans up the garbage inside. Just too big, too strong inside. 12 points for him. Skillman approaching double-double territory with all the offensive rebounds. Harper to the rim, reverse layup, left it short on the reverse side. 49-45 lead for Thrive Charter. Young inside the zone of the foul line has been the facilitator. He does a great job of getting it down low to Skillman if the defense presses out on him. This zone also allows these players who rarely leave the floor for New Egypt to get a breather. So they're fine with Thrive taking a little time off the clock. Wide open three, no good. And that's going to be an over-the-back foul against Shamar Young. That was an effective job of New Egypt that time by Paul Kennedy of getting his backside into the other player. Not just trying to get his back into it, but using his butt to move out the player so that if he made contact, he went over the back. Jump ball just ripped away that time by Ferris, but he lost it on the spin move. Turnovers are really hurting New Egypt. They tried with a long ball. They actually completed the pass, and then Ferris on the spin move lost the handle. 4 minutes left to go. New Egypt's players are gassed on the floor right now. Yet they're trying to find a way against this huge opponent. Skillman inside. At the foul line, power dribble, nice move, and one! Kim Ross didn't settle for the outside shot, took it off the dribble, the hoop and the harm, and a chance at the traditional three-point play. So we see a replay of that last opportunity inside. Again, no hesitation that time. Foul shot too strong, though. Senior's got 4 points. 51-45, the lead back up to 6 for Thrive Charter. And a timeout granted to Coach Mick Hughes, who could not be heard by the official right next to him because of this cacophonous environment here inside Monroe Township High School. 51-45 the lead Right now here for Thrive Charter, they are trying to survive and advance. They have been pushed aplenty in this state semifinal. Again, just to remind you fans, last season it was a cakewalk here for Thrive Charter in the semifinals. They won 77-24 against Woodbury. 77-24 last year. And it is going toe-to-toe, and we'll go down to the final stretch here in this state semifinal. The winner of this game will play the winner of Waldwick and Shabazz for the Group 1 championship on Sunday afternoon at Rutgers at 6 p.m. That will be the last of the 12 state finals that will be played at the home of the Scarlet Knights. And here on NJ.com, we will bring you the sights and sounds of every one of those 12 games. We will be your exclusive home for the championships. Will Thrive find a way down the stretch to punch their ticket to defend their title from a season ago? Or will New Egypt engineer one of the biggest upsets in recent history in New Jersey high school basketball? They inbound it into the backcourt to Ferris. Getting it into their all-time leading scorer's hands. Arnold being defended, going behind the back, whipping that pass underneath to his teammate Kennedy. And there was a foul call before that pass could be executed. That'll be the third team foul against Thrive. Foul was against Ross, his first. Each team with one foul to give. Arnold's in the backcourt. New Egypt really hasn't knocked down the three-point shot like they did in the first quarter. You could see how far out on the perimeter Thrive is extending their defense. No breathing room. That leads to being susceptible to drives, but that time Ferris is shot off the mark. And Thrive will slow it down and bring it past half court. Page. Young down low to Skillman, and he goes rocking at the rim. Marjon Skillman with the decisive move on the baseline. His first dunk of the day. And a timeout's going to be taken by New Egypt. Largest lead of the game now for Thrive Charter, 53-45, with 2:21 left to go here in regulation. As we take a look again, that was a grown man's move. As Skillman just took it baseline, no one was going to impede his progress at the rim. And he flushed it home with two hands. Marjon Skillman with 14 points here in this game. He averages 12.5 points to go along with 7.8 rebounds per contest. He's most likely at a double-double in this one. He's got the 14 points and definitely has at least 10 rebounds. This season, Thrive 21-5. Their losses are really 4 of the 5 to a who's who of basketball powers in New Jersey. Linden, Roselle Catholic, Manasquan, and Gill St. Bernard's. The only one that was a bit of a head-scratcher, the loss to West Hampton Tech. They're battle-hardened. Obviously, last year with their way of their run to the state championship, the controversy that surrounds they're a charter school playing in the Group 1 level against small schools. Well, this small school, New Egypt, has gone toe-to-toe with them. Do they have one last burst left as Thrive has powered here in the fourth quarter, outscoring New Egypt by 8. Again, these starting 5 have really played the majority of this game, if not all of it. Skillman with the intercept off the inbound, right to the rim, and one! Kim Ross, another and one opportunity. Skillman with the intercept on the inbound pass from Arnold. And time starting to tick down here for Cinderella as we take a look again. Another turnover leads the points and one, and it looks like that was the 5th personal foul. Looks like against Dylan Harper, the point guard for New Egypt, as the lead grows to 10, 55-45. Even on a day where their outside shooting has betrayed them, Thrive Charter's defense has been very apparent. They only give up on average 41 points a game to opponents. They have given up 45 points here today. As New Egypt and Thrive were tied heading into the start of the fourth. Thrive has thrived here in the fourth quarter. Another miss at the foul line, though. Arnold the other way. Kick out into the corner to Reynolds. Reynolds trying to take his man off the dribble. New Egypt's got to start hoisting some threes. That time Arnold lost his balance, might have rolled his ankle as well. Kennedy. Everyone reluctant to shoot if they're not number 32. Here is Arnold. 19-point effort in the game, nearly banked in the shot, rebounded by Thrive. Terrion Page with the rebound. New Egypt forced the foul. That'll be their 15th foul. 2 shots the rest of the way here for Thrive Charter. 1:40 left to go in the fourth quarter of play. Terrion Page has been outstanding with his defense here today. He's got 3 points, on offense, but his on-ball defense has been lights out, leading to so many different steals in this game. And that's an air ball at the foul line for Page, who misses a pair at the line. He's had an afternoon to forget there. He's 1 of 7 from the foul line. And while they may go on to win, it's going to be a turnover. Arnold threw it as he was already in the course of play. While Thrive looks like they're going to advance, that aura of invincibility was not there with them today. We'll see if they're going to take that out on their opponent next time at Rutgers in the state championship. Step back three is good by Javian Caesar-Jones. First player outside of Tyler Hammond to knock a three here this afternoon. And Reynolds is going to get called for the travel with 1:27 left to go here in the fourth quarter. New Egypt extending their defense. Will they administer the foul? Cassandra on the ball. And a 10-second violation against Thrive Charter. As Coach Lewis points at himself and says, that's my fault. He should have called a timeout. Turnover gives back possession to New Egypt. Largest lead of the game for Thrive Charter is 13 with 1:16 left to go. So for 3 quarters, New Egypt went toe-to-toe with the defending Group 1 state champs, but the state champs had that championship pedigree on full display here in the fourth quarter. As it looks like the Titans will head back to Rutgers to defend their state crown from a season ago. Again, they will await either Waldwick or Shabazz in the Group 1 state championship game. Tyler Hammond with 13 points. Marjon Skillman with 14 points, the 2 leading scorers for the Titans here today. And on the other side for New Egypt, Nolan Arnold's right at his per game.
As his lead heading into quarter number 2. Blackman good on both. And Waldwick will inbound, a heave down court, and a little bit too strong there from the Waldwick Warriors. We will head to the first quarter break. Shabazz, the Bulldogs, a 16-10 lead over the Waldwick Warriors after 8 minutes of basketball. Don't go anywhere. Quick timeout, and we'll be right back. You are watching the NJSIAA Group 1 Boys State Semifinal live only on NJ.com. Back, ladies and gentlemen, from Franklin High School in Somerset County, New York, as you are watching the Group 1 semifinal live on NJ.com. Looking into the huddle of the Shabazz Bulldogs, 27-1 on their 2025-2026 campaign, hailing from Newark, New Jersey. Number 14 team per NJ.com in the Garden State. They're led by head coach Nasir Barino. He took over 4 seasons ago a team that finished under 500 in 7 of the last 10 years. He has rebuilt this Newark program, Malcolm X Shabazz High School, back into a powerhouse. As the Bulldogs will possess the basketball to start our second quarter. Zayn Barnes inside in the paint for Shamir Young, the senior, his first basket here in half number 1. The Bulldogs stretch their lead out to 18-10 as Andrew Del Rey dribbles up the floor. Scored 14 points in the Group 1 North 1 final, as great defense there from Blackman in the far high corner. Playing defense against Marco Miccinelli. He had the ball poked out of his possession and across the midcourt line. That's all clean as a forced turnover. However, that time he was pushed or shoved, you could say, dribbled his way over midcourt. Be a turnover. And Shabazz will inbound from the near sideline. Blackman, the three-point attempt off the mark, but our far sideline official says that CB Blackman stepped out of bounds in front of the Waldwick bench. Your officials this afternoon, Steve Gagliano, joined by Tom Holand and Percy Valentine. 3 referees calling this afternoon's semifinal. Del Rey will dribble across midcourt, matched up with the senior Gray. Del Rey was trying to get rid of that basketball. Zayn Barnes quickly the other way. Unsettled situation. He misses on his layup attempt. And then the putback from Shamir Young, the senior, is no good. However, he is fouled in the process. He will head to the free throw line for 2 foul shots. Shamir Young, a 65% free throw shooter. Now up over 90 points on his senior campaign here in 2025-2026. Has scored at least 10 points in 2 games this season. Young, no good on his first free throw. And off on his second attempt. A minute through our second quarter. Shabazz an 18-10 lead. Del Rey having some trouble, matched up with Nassim Brown to get across midcourt. He's able to. As Barnes steps up, played defense against Del Rey. Expecting him to be a handful this afternoon, but Waldwick experiencing a bit of a handful with Shabazz's defense here through our opening 9.5 minutes. Turnover along the far sideline in front of the Bulldogs bench. Del Rey the last to touch it. The Bulldogs will head the other way. Brown kicks it for a 3-point attempt off the mark by Gray. Great hustle by Blackman to keep the ball in play, and then another good hustle play by Nassim Brown. Unfortunately, along our near sideline. Unfortunately, unable to keep it in play. Waldwick will inbound from our near sideline. It'll be the senior captain, Andrew Del Rey. Up over 2,100 points for the four-year starter. Senior Andrew Del Rey averages 20 points per game through 4 varsity seasons. Strong drive to the basket there by the senior Del Rey. And the ball makes its way out of play along our near sideline. Waldwick last to touch it. Shabazz will inbound. Del Rey scored 14 in the Group 1 North 1 final. 20 points in the semifinal win over Emerson Borough. And then back in January, here's a three sent up by Blackman off the mark. Skied into the air and pulled down by a Waldwick Warrior. As they'll make their way up court. Ball in the hands of Marco Miccinilli. And he will draw a foul. Contact there with Blackman along the far sideline in front of the Shabazz bench. Blackman's second personal foul. First team foul for Shabazz here in quarter number 2. As Miccinilli will take the Del Rey inbound and get across midcourt. Antonio Miccinelli, the junior older brother of Marco. And a violation called there against Antonio Miccinelli, the junior. And Shabazz will inbound from the far sideline. CB Blackman checks out. Looks like Eli Colon checking in. He'll receive the basketball in the paint at the top of the free throw. At the free throw line, I should say. And then a tie-up down in the paint underneath the Waldwick basket. Nice job by Waldwick. Saw an opportunity to force a jump ball. And it will be Waldwick possession. Marco Miccinilli dribble across the midcourt line and hand it off for older brother Antonio. Now trying to get it to Andrew Del Rey. Almost had the ball poked away. As it's Gray matching Del Rey. And a turnover. Zion Barnes the other way and too strong on his layup attempts. And Christian Gray off the mark on his putback attempts. And the ball makes its way out of play along the baseline underneath the Waldwick basket. Shabazz the last to touch it. And head coach Greg McBain will use a timeout. Stops our clock at 4:58. Shabazz an 18-12 lead. Mentioned Andrew Del Rey up over 2,100 points. Now I would have to say up over 2,150 points through 4 varsity basketball seasons. 108 games now played for the senior Del Rey. Scored 14 against Pequannock in the Group 1 North 1 final. 20 points versus Emerson Borough in the Group 1 North 1 semifinal. Back in January, scored a season-high 41 points versus New Milford. Also pulled down 6 rebounds and 4 assists. A Nebraska Wesleyan commit. Division III school out in Nebraska. That's where Del Rey will be heading this fall to play basketball next winter. Number 5 in white, Andrew Del Rey. Waldwick will inbound from the baseline underneath their own basket. Marco Miccinilli will carry forward and across midcourt, matched up with Brown. Bounce pass for Arden Benellian. And a two-pointer good. Cuts the deficit down to 4. Shabazz an 18-14 lead. So we approach the midway point in quarter number 2. Christian Gray goes down to the court. No foul called, and it'll be a Waldwick inbound from the baseline. As Gray dribbled through the paint and out of play with it. And now down underneath the Waldwick basket, Antonio Miccinilli called for a travel as he received the inbound pass. He was covered closely by a Bulldogs defender. So we'll stay right here. Shabazz offensively possessing on the right half of our court here at Franklin High School. Cologne able to handle that pass. It bobbled, and then the three from Zaim Barnes. The senior knocks it down. Averages up over 15 points this season. And a travel called down the other end as Del Rey passed it off for Marco Miccinilli. And his legs moved a little bit too quick ahead of his dribble. A 7-point game with just over 4 minutes left to play. Here's Brown, near sideline, dribbles inside the three-point arc. Gray fakes the three, pulls up from a couple steps north of the free throw line, gets that basket to fall. Senior scored 19 points versus Arts in the Group 1 North 2 final as Andrew Del Rey adds 2 more for Waldwick. Back to a 7-point game. Here's Gray from 3, too strong. Del Rey will pull down the rebound. As Shabazz making Waldwick work for every possession and work just to get across midcourt. Here's Antonio Miccinilli from the point. Passes to his right for Andrew Del Rey, able to handle the pass despite 2 Shabazz defenders in his area. Long three from Andrew Del Rey. He knocks down his second triple here in half number 1. 3 minutes left to play in our first half. Back to a 4-point ball game. Shabazz a 23-19 lead. As Zaim Barnes controls along the near sideline. Moves it off for Umar Sonor. 3-point attempt. Rings out by Christian Gray. And Del Rey will walk it across midcourt. Driving to his left. Kicks it to his left for Connor Kasperowicz. His 3-point attempt just off the mark. Waldwick able to handle the rebound. Antonio Miccinilli looking for help. Long 3-pointer. Andrew Del Rey off the front of the rim. Back of the rim and out. Shabazz runs down the loose ball. Barnes the other way after the rebound. Kicks it to his right for Cologne from 3. And Cologne knocks it down. The junior now up over 43-point field goals made this season. Stretches Shabazz's lead back up to 7 points. 2 minutes left to play in half number 1. Del Rey for Marco Miccinilli, backing down his defender. Now Kasperowicz to the point for Antonio Miccinilli. Covered closely by the senior Umar Sonor. And now Del Rey, far high corner in front of the scorer's table. Kicks it to his right, 4-3, Antonio Miccinilli off the front of the rim, and no good on the 3-point attempt. Rebound, Shabazz the other way. Christian Gray able to get that basket to fall. Inside a minute 30 here in half number 1, and now a 9-point lead for the Bulldogs. Long 3 by Del Rey, no good off the front of the rim, too short. And as we approach 1 minute left to play, the Bulldogs likely to take their time here, and instead, ahead of this next offensive possession, head coach Nasir Barino opts to use one of his timeouts. And that'll give head coach Nasir Barino, along with his assistants, Deshaun Barino, a Shabazz 2006 graduate, you got Maurice Slade, Rob Robinson, Makai Powell, and Kassir Hopkins. Gives that group an opportunity to draw something up here, and an opportunity for Shabazz to go up double digits as we head into halftime. 1 minute, 7 seconds left to play in our first half. Live right here on NJ.com. You're watching the 2025-2026 NJSIAA Group 1 Boys State Semifinal. NJ.com is your home for live streaming of the NJSIAA Boys and Girls Basketball State Finals. Make sure to follow all the action at Jersey Mike's Arena on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday only on NJ.com. Thursday will be the non-public A and B Boys and Girls State Finals from Rutgers University. Saturday will be groups 2 and 4, followed by Sunday groups 1 and 3. for the boys and the girls for each of those 2 days. Bulldogs inbound from our near sideline. Zion Barnes will control from the far sideline in front of the scorer's table. Now to the point for Blackman. 50 seconds left to play in our first half. Barnes from the high corner. Shabazz taking their time, going to run off as much clock here and try to avoid giving Waldwick an opportunity offensively to get any points before our halftime buzzer sounds. The Bulldogs average just over 70 points per game this season, 72.8 as a team. Only 28 points here in our first half. 10 seconds left to play. Barnes will initiate from the far high corner. 3 seconds. Three-point attempt from Shamir Young. No good. The putback by Blackman also off the mark. So Shabazz round the clock all the way down to zeros. Got a look. Did not convert. We will head into the halftime break. The Shabazz Bulldogs a 28-19 lead over the Waldwick Warriors. Del Rey able to knock down a handful of baskets for Waldwick. Christian Gray, Anthony Blackman, also known as CB Blackman, a handful of baskets as well there in half number one. I'll get some point numbers for you here at halftime, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 9 minutes or so. Half number two on the other side of this break. Live right here on NJ.com. You're watching the NJSIAA Group 1 semifinal. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at Franklin High School as you're watching the 2025-2026 NJSIAA Group 1 semifinal. One of two semifinals going on today. New Egypt and Thrive Charter, they met at Monroe High School earlier this afternoon. That was a 5 p.m. start. I'd have to imagine their game is wrapping up now. Their winner between New Egypt and Thrive Charter, the Central and South Group 1 champs, will meet our winner between Shabazz and Waldwick High School. Shabazz, a 28-19 lead after 16 minutes of basketball. We have 16 more minutes out in front of us, just a couple moments away from getting started here in quarter number 3. Head coach Greg McBain, very, you call it, appreciative of his group, very proud of this Waldwick team to get to this stage. Waldwick, historically known as more of a soccer town. Coach McBain said that this year's team will be and are the pioneers for bringing Waldwick basketball back towards greatness. Prior to this season's sectional title, they won 4, 1974, 1999, in 2000 and in 2013, and Waldwick went all the way to the state final in 2000. Shabazz will begin half number 2 with the basketball. Here's Cologne. He is the son of athletic director at Shabazz High School, Noel Cologne. Transferred a couple times, started with St. Peter's Prep, then went to Hudson Catholic. Blackman underneath the Waldwick basket, and looks like a technical down underneath the Waldwick basket. One of our 3 officials just teed up, I believe, one of the Shabazz players. And it is Blackman who's trying to argue, I should say, with somebody. And it will be a technical foul called against Blackman, the sophomore. Only to get his cool here. His teammates talking with him, trying to calm him down. Andrew Del Rey will step to the free throw line. A 90% free throw shooter this season. He's made 85% of his free throws in his 4-year varsity career. Now 2 of 3 from the free throw line. And out of one more. Andrew Del Rey, 17 of Waldwick's 21 points through the opening 16 and a half minutes. And it will be Del Rey to inbound from the near sideline for Marco Miccinelli. Del Rey being face guarded by the senior Christian Gray, number 0 in black. Miccinelli drives to his right, hands it off for the other Miccinelli, Antonio. And as Antonio is trying to feed Arden Benellian, the sophomore, in the paint, Benellian unable to control the pass. Shabazz quickly the other way, in and out of the hands of CB Blackman. Barnes will move it to his right for Christian Gray. Center court, now to the near corner for Blackman. Out to the point, long 3 off the hands of Eli Cologne, rebounded by the Warriors. Del Rey will kick it for Kasperowicz. Now Antonio Miccinelli still looking for his first basket of this afternoon's semifinal. Ball on the ground, Del Rey on the ground, able to recover that loose ball, and Arden Benellian knocks down his second basket of this afternoon's semifinal. Good for 4 points now. Bulldogs lead it by 5. Waldwick able to cut the deficit down. Started at 9 to begin the half. Barnes in the near corner, 3-point attempt off the mark and no good. Waldwick pulls down the rebound. Del Rey leads the break the other way. Antonio Miccinelli from 3 in front of the Waldwick bench. An air ball and no good. However, Shabazz is the last to touch it as ball made its way out of bounds along the baseline. Waldwick will inbound. Out to Antonio Miccinelli in the far corner, right in front of head coach Greg McBain. You cannot miss him, standing 6'10". Inside for Benellian. Long pass, skip pass to the near corner. Marco Miccinelli's three-point attempt too strong this time. Andrew Del Rey off the front of the rim, and no good. Shabazz comes up with the rebound. Gray across midcourt, trying to skip a pass into the paint, intended for Eli Colon. And the junior unable to come up with that pass. The possession, however, will stay with Shabazz. Ball must have been tipped by a Waldwick player, defender, on its way there. Colon off the front of the rim and no good from three. Able to grab his own rebound as Waldwick unable to come up with the defensive rebound. Marco Miccinelli grabs that one off the Bulldogs' miss. And now ball in the safe hands of the senior Del Rey. One of three senior captains, along with Lou Manapelli as well as Connor Kasperowitz. Have not seen Manapelli yet here in this semifinal. And a charging violation called against Eli Colon. He went to the basket hard, trying to draw some contact. Maybe even likely draw a foul, but a great job by the Waldwick player defensively, holding his position and drawing an offensive foul. And Miccinelli will carry across midcourt, matched up with Nassim Brown, excuse me. We'll assume Brown the last to touch it. Regardless, it was the Shabazz Bulldogs last to touch it. Waldwick will inbound. Three-point attempt from the far sideline in front of the Waldwick bench off the mark, and a foul called underneath the Shabazz basket. Bulldogs a 5-point lead inside 5 minutes to play in our third quarter. Live on NJ.com from Franklin High School. You are watching the NJSIAA Group 1 state semifinal. Bulldogs of Shabazz, number 14 team in the state, trying to get back to the state championship. Bulldogs opting to take their time here as Nassim Brown dribbles in our near corner. Waldwick in no quick pursuit to press out and defend. 4 minutes left to play. No shot clock here at the high school level, so Brown can take as long as he wants. Zayn Barnes check to the basketball, as now the Bulldogs will spin the rock around. Far corner three, Christian Gray off the front of the rim and a bit too strong. Shabazz able to pull down the rebound. Colon now along two off the hands of CB Blackman is good. Blackman converts his first basket here in half number 2. Inside 3:30 to play in our third quarter. Shabazz back up to a 7-point lead. And a blocking foul called against Blackman. Sophomore not happy with the call, as it will be Waldwick to inbound from our near sideline. CB Blackman will check out for the Shabazz Bulldogs. Umar Sonor back in the game for Shabazz, as the Waldwick inbound comes to Del Rey. Has scored 17 of the 23 points here this afternoon for the Warriors, as Del Rey skips his way into the three-point arc. A jump ball violation, or not really a violation, just a jump ball. Possession will stay with Waldwick. Our officials will have a quick conversation about it, however. And now all three officials will come together. Looks like the possession will stay right here, as one of our officials heads on over to the far sideline to give Shabazz head coach Nasir Barino an explanation. That's Steve Gagliano, one of our three officials this afternoon. Can't really see Nasir Barino's reaction, but it wasn't one of acceptance, more displeasure, and not really agreeing with the inbound here for Waldwick, and a foul called against Shabazz. As Del Rey received the inbound pass underneath the Shabazz basket and then tried to go up. A bit of an alternative finish there. A backhand finish off the mark. Fouled on his way there, though, and he'll knock down his first free throw. And Del Rey is good on both free throw attempts. Already up over his 21 point per game average. As Shabazz leads by 5 inside 3 minutes to play in quarter number 3. And the Bulldogs again will opt to slow down the pace here. Ball in the hands, being dribbled by Nassim Brown. Sophomore, quick pass to Cologne, just beyond the free throw line, off the back rim, and no good. Rebounded by Marco Miccinilli. And now an opportunity for Waldwick to cut this game down within one possession. Tip ball across midcourt and out of play. Waldwick the last to touch it. The possession will stay right here offensively with the Bulldogs. Great hustle play there defensively. Christian Brown and Zayn Barnes, 2 seniors in the area. Now Barnes, floater off the backboard and good. Barnes' second bucket of the afternoon. Shabazz will stretch their lead back up to 7. Del Rey inside for Arden Benelian. 6'2 forward, unable to get his shot to fall. Now Gray trying to make his way through a sea of white jerseys. And it looks like it's going to be Connor Kasperowicz, the senior for Waldwick, whistled for the foul. And pardon me, it's Marco Miccinelli, the sophomore, who is charged with the foul. And Christian Gray, the senior, will head to the free throw line. Opportunity to lengthen the Bulldogs' lead back up to 9 points. So our officials are directing the crew here at Franklin High School to clean up a mess underneath the Waldwick basket. Looks like we're all good to go here. The 2 free throws for the senior Gray. 71% free throw shooter this season. He averages just over 14 points a game. And I believe Gray's first basket here in half number 2. Or his second basket, first free throw, I should say. He added a deuce at some point here over our last 7 minutes, or 6 minutes, I should say. Knocks down both free throws, the senior Christian Gray. And back up to a 9-point lead for Shabazz. They will double the basketball. Antonio Miccinelli will fire an intended pass off the knee of Umar Senor. Del Rey will inbound from the near sideline for Waldwick. Quick give and go with Kasperowicz. Long 3 off the hands of Del Rey and no good. Rebounded by Zayn Barnes. Heading the other way and the basket good by Christian Gray. However, a blocking foul by Andrew Del Rey away from the basketball. As Zayn Barnes was making his way north across midcourt and across the 3-point arc. And as Barnes kicked his pass to the right for Christian Gray, Barnes took a lot of contact with Andrew Del Rey, trying to plant his feet and draw a charge as Shabazz made their way up court. Quick conversation between our 3 officials. The basket will count by Christian Gray. Delray's first personal foul, second team foul charged against Waldwick. With 1:31 left to play in our third quarter. Greg McBain now getting the explanation from one of our officials. Has to lean over, bend down in order to get that from our official. Again, McBain standing 6'10". He played at Waldwick, won the 2000 New Jersey Group 1 North 1 sectional title, went all the way to the state finals, lost in 2000. Here's a long three from Christian Gray off the mark. Shy of the near rim, and Waldwick will now inbound from the baseline. Shabazz's lead up to 11, 36-25, just over a minute to play in our third quarter. Delray and Miccinelli, Marco Miccinelli playing catch from the near sideline to the far sideline, shy of midcourt. Benellian off the Marco Miccinelli feed. Benellian shot off the mark, and then his putback also no good. It was blocked. Shabazz the last to touch it. Waldwick will inbound from the baseline to our right, underneath the Shabazz basket. Delray kicks it to his left for Antonio Miccinelli. Drives strong into the paint and gets his first basket of this afternoon's semifinal tooth fall inside 40 seconds to play here in quarter number 3. A 9-point game as Shabazz leads 36-27. And the Bulldogs in no rush here. They will wind down this third quarter clock to likely within 10 seconds, possibly even down to 5 seconds we saw at the close of half number 1. Going to wind this clock all the way down and utilize this final possession. Barnes pressured by Delray in the far high corner. And Delray commits his second personal foul. Stops the clock just over 10 seconds. Sonor will handle the inbound. Christian Gray will receive it. Drives into the paint, kicks it out to the near corner. Eli Colon knocks down the three. His second three-pointer made here in this semifinal. And it extends Shabazz's lead out to 39-27 with 8 minutes left to play here from Franklin High School. Do not go anywhere. You are watching the 2025-2026 NJSIAA Group 1 Boys State Semifinal live only on NJ.com. And we'll be back with quarter number 4 action on the other side of this quick break. Fans, did you know that as a subscriber of NJ.com, you have full access to download for free high-resolution photos for personal use? Make sure that you are subscribed. If you're watching alongside me and Josh Drebsky, our producer extraordinaire, cameraman this afternoon and evening at Franklin High School, if you're subscribed and watching this game, then you can go download some of those pictures. Make sure to visit nj.com/hssports to see photo galleries from today's semifinal. You can go look back at former games in the past, the sectional tournament games, as well as photos from this Sunday's Group 1 final. It's all there at nj.com/hssports. As the Bulldogs begin quarter number 4 with the basketball. Christian Gray's three-point attempt is short, no good. Rebounded by Waldwick. Antonio Miccinelli trying to find Arden Benellian in the paint. stolen away by Shabazz, and the Bulldogs head the other way. Three-pointer is good by Elijah Colon. His second triple here in half number 2. Third three-point made this afternoon. Waldwick the other way. Benellian, the sophomore, his third basket here in this semifinal. Shabazz starting to lengthen this lead, however, 42-29. They lead it. 7 minutes left to play. A long three by Eli Colon, trying to keep the hot hand. Andrew Delray across midcourt, paired with Zayn Barnes. Here's Kasparowicz. Connor Kasparowicz, the senior captain, knocks down his first basket in this afternoon's semifinal. It's a triple. And back to a 10-point basketball game. Waldwick staying in this one as Shabazz will slow down the pace as they have towards the end of each of our last 2 quarters. We are early here in quarter number 4. However, the Bulldogs in no rush. Here's Nassim Brown. Long three from the far corner. Zayn Barnes knocks down his second three-pointer in this afternoon's semifinal. Inside 6 minutes to play, as Waldwick will need to start stringing together some consecutive baskets if they want to try to get back into this one. Andrew Delray covered closely, and Christian Gray able to get a hand in there, pokes it away. Down the other end, Gray fouled on his way to the basket. The senior Christian Gray will head back to the free throw line for 2 free throw attempts. Approaching 800 career points through now 106 career varsity basketball games for the senior Christian Gray. And approaching 400 points on the 2025-2026 season. And good on his first free throw attempt. And Gray good on his second. Having a really strong semifinal is the senior Christian Gray. Back to now a 15-point game, stolen away along our far sideline, right in front of the scorer's table. Zayn Barnes, the easy layup, and Waldwick burns a timeout. As Shabazz building some momentum, their lead now up to 17 points with just over 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to play. As Coach Barino will get together with his group. The Bulldogs trying to get back to their first state title since 2010. As the Bulldogs have been able to do it in settled 5-on-5 offense, defensively forcing transition opportunities. Head coach Nasir Barino always preaching defense. He emphasized in our conversation before we got going here this afternoon, mentioning that we have, or more so from an Instagram video I found from one of the great creators covering Malcolm X Shabazz basketball. Barino telling his group in the locker room, I believe it was before the Group 1 North Section 2 final win over Arts, saying that we as in Shabazz got some of the best, or some of the baddest guards in the league. You saw right there, Barnes, not exactly coast to coast, but mid-court all the way to the basket off the steal. Bulldogs, a 17-point lead over the Waldwick Warriors. Going to need some Andrew Delray magic in our final 5:30 left to play. Waldwick will first need to get it across midcourt. Shabazz with a full-court press out of the timeout. Delray, three-pointer, blocked. Tried to sell foul, won't get it. Bulldogs the other way. In transition, Gray to the basket, fouled on his way there. And he'll head to the free throw line for 2 free throws. The junior Antonio Miccinilli charged with the foul. As Gray heads to the free throw line for 2. Looking to be a handful for whoever they meet in the Group 1 final. Shabazz a now 18-point lead as they hit the 50-point mark. If they are to hold on and move on to Sunday, March 15th state final, there'll be a handful for either New Egypt or Thrive Center. Thrive Center is the number 17 ranked team per NJ.com. Gray good on both free throws. Del Rey now trying to get across midcourt, matched up with the Sim Brown. Del Rey will draw the foul. A blocking foul will set up an inbound by Waldwick from the near sideline. A quick give and go with Antonio Miccinilli, and Del Rey will dribble across midcourt, matched up with Brown. Hands it off for Marco Miccinilli. Now into the hands of older brother Antonio Miccinilli. Can't miss him with the orange cleats. Marco Miccinilli in the near corner. Last touch at Umar Sonor, the senior. Be a Waldwick inbound from the near corner. Just over 4 minutes to play from Franklin High School in our first of 2 high school basketball games, our Group 1 semifinals, Mountain Lakes and Arts High School. The girls will follow us. 7:30 start as Del Rey is charged with an offensive foul, a charge against the senior Andrew Del Rey. That will set up a Shabazz inbound from underneath their own basket. A 19-point lead for the Bulldogs as they took down beloved ED Charter in the first round. A big win by 55 points. The Bulldogs took down beloved ED, beloved Charter High School. And then the quarterfinal was a win by 35 points over Newark Global Studies. The semifinal saw Newark Tech. That was a 12-point win by the Bulldogs of Shabazz, and then a 23-point win over Arts in the Group 1 North 2 final. A quick mess to be cleaned up underneath the Bulldogs basket. Shabazz will inbound, and Zayn Barnes will carry across midcourt. Having a solid day is the senior Zayn Barnes. Kicks it for Christian Gray, who's also having a great afternoon. On his way to the basket, going to be an offensive foul. As Gray drew hard to the basket, it was number 15 in white, Connor Kasperowitz, drawing that offensive foul. And now Marco Miccinilli and Andrew Del Rey are running into each other as they try to create space ahead of the inbound. Just over 4 minutes to play. Andrew Del Rey, despite the scoreboard, what the scoreboard shows, Greg McBain emphasizing that he is single-handedly the best player that has come through Waldwick's basketball program. Up over 2,150 points now in his 108 career games, averages 20 points a game. Able to sell a foul there as it's Umar Sonor charged with the blocking foul. Waldwick will inbound from the baseline underneath the Shabazz basket. Del Rey to continue his basketball career at Nebraska Wesleyan. Benellian off on his three-point attempt. Now Del Rey a long three, just short. Offensive rebound, Kasperowitz. Put back no good, able to grab his own rebound. And Connor Kasperowitz, the senior, able to get that basket to fall. His second basket of this afternoon's semifinal. Now Barnes drawing a blocking foul against Antonio Miccinelli, wearing 55 in white. Would have set up Barnes to inbound from underneath the Waldwick basket. So we approach 3 minutes to play. Here's Brown. Had an opportunity to pull up from the foul line. Hands it off to his right for Umar Sonor. And one as he gets his layup to fall. And draws the foul. He'll head to the free throw line for one more here. That's just Sonor's first basket of this afternoon's semifinal. And to the free throw line for one more. And Shabazz out to a 20-point lead. Here from Franklin High School, the semifinal for New Jersey Group 1 basketball. Antonio Miccinelli rattles that one into the rim, or out of the rim, I should say. Hit the back iron, front iron, and then out, rebounded by Shabazz. A three-pointer down the other end, no good. Now Benellian in the near corner. Pass into the paint for Antonio Miccinelli, who gets the two-point floater to fall. His second basket of this afternoon's semifinal as we're inside 3 minutes to play. An 18-point Shabazz lead. Umar Sonor, feed pass intended, I believe, for Nassim Brown. It was C.B. Blackman who cut off that pass, attempted, like I said, intended, I want to say, for Brown. Out of play, Waldwick will inbound from underneath their own basket. Del Rey, a lot of contact. Floater, bank shot off the backboard and in. As Waldwick uses a timeout following the make. And that'll stop our clock at 2:32 to play here in quarter number 4. And with this timeout, we'll step aside as well. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the NJSIAA Group 1 semifinal live right here on NJ.com. Shabazz, a 54-38 lead. Have to imagine Coach Greg McBain still proud of his program as you see Waldwick breaking their huddle out of their timeout. Said his goal from the beginning of the season, from day one, was to instill confidence, brotherhood, and family to this group, as well as instilling a no-quit approach. We'll see over these final 2.5 minutes that no-quit approach from the Waldwick Warriors. Bought in early to the culture that Coach McBain was trying to instill. Brought them their first sectional title in 13 years. As it's C.B. Blackman fouled, and he'll head to the free throw line, two free throws. As Shabazz up into the bonus. Blackman good on his first attempt. And no good on his second free throw attempt. 17-point game, just over 2 minutes left to play. Long pass down court into the hands of Arden Benellian. He quickly gets it out of his hands, off the backboard and in. Waldwick trying to show that no-quit approach. As Umar Sonor, the senior, dribbles around with the basketball. From baseline, or I should say from sideline to sideline, he's eventually fouled by the sophomore Marco Miccinelli. And that will put Sonor to the free throw line. Just under 2 minutes to play. And he'll knock down his first free throw attempt. Umar Senor averaging 5.5 points per game. He's now up over that average here this afternoon, as Senor will check out for Shabazz. Del Rey driving to his left into the paint. No foul called. And Shabazz quickly the other way. Big block down the other end. Connor Kasparowicz paints the backboard. And down the other end, Antonio Miccinelli on his three-point attempt lodges the ball in between the rim and the backboard. And you replay, Josh, anyway, we can see that block one more time. No? All good. As it was Shabazz quickly the other way from right to left. And Kasparowicz painted that basketball to, I should say, plastered the basketball to the backboard. And then off the miss, Waldwick will keep possession. Miccinelli in the far corner now to the point at the free throw line. Gets the basketball ripped away by the Bulldogs defense. Tenacious defense. Shabazz has been sporting all afternoon. Fouled on his way to the basket was Christian Gray. He'll head to the free throw line for an opportunity to add 2 points to Shabazz's 17-point lead. His first free throw is good. Quickly approaching 20 points on the afternoon. He's up to 17 ahead of his second free throw, which is good. As Gray will check out to a rousing round of applause by the Shabazz faithful, who have showed out this afternoon for this Group 1 final. As Christian Gray, CB Blackman check out for the Bulldogs, along with the senior Umar Senor. As we approach a minute, Andrew Del Rey pulls up from a long, deep three, knocks it down. Del Rey also up over 20 points here this afternoon. He will commit the foul in front of the scorers table to send Shamir Young, the senior, to the free throw line. An opportunity for Waldwick to celebrate, again, as Coach McBain said, is the best player in program history. As Andrew Del Rey heads to the Waldwick bench. .22 points for the senior McBain. Oh, we love to see, but boos from the Shabazz fans here at Franklin High School. Andrew Del Rey should be really proud of his career. Up over 2,100 points, over 808 career games. Cementing his spot in Waldwick athletic history. Here, not just at Franklin High School, but through those 4 varsity careers. And Shamir Young nudged, fouled on his way down the floor. Clock stopped at 53 seconds. We'll send Young back to the free throw line. As Waldwick will check out 2 more seniors. Officials having a conversation here ahead of what will be 2 free throw attempts by Shamir Young. Now a conversation with the scorers table. Likely just ironing out that foul call as we are inside a minute here in the Group 1 boys semifinal. Pending a 17-point comeback by Waldwick, it will be Shabazz to move on to Sunday's state final to be played at Rutgers University, Jersey Mike's Arena. A 6 p.m. start time is currently set. Make sure to follow along the Shabazz basketball Instagram as well as NJ.com. Two good resources for you, all watching and listening from home, to know where you need to be, when you need to be there, and where you might need to watch and listen if you're unable to make it to Rutgers University for Sunday's Group 1 boys basketball final. Young made his first, no good on his second. It will be a technical foul that was called against Waldwick, so Shabazz will keep possession offensively here, inbound from the far sideline in front of the scorers table. As the senior captain Connor Kasperowicz checks out for Waldwick. And now the junior Antonio Miccinilli, as well as younger brother, the sophomore Marco Miccinilli. Sim Brown from the far sideline now, dribbling along the baseline, gets the two-pointer to fall. His first basket of this afternoon's semifinal. Long three, and knocks it down. That's the senior Miles Gilbertson. His first basket of this afternoon's semifinal, a little bit too late. Inside 15 seconds to play, Shabazz a 17-point lead as Shamir Young will dribble this one out. The Shabazz Bulldogs will knock off the Waldwick Warriors. The score is 63-46 as the Bulldogs are headed to Sunday's Group 1 boys basketball final. A 17-point victory. Big wins have become customary for the Shabazz Bulldogs, as they will take on the winner of New Egypt and the 17-ranked Thrive Center. That game likely finished from Monroe High School. Make sure to check out NJ.com for the full finals matchup ahead of this coming Sunday, March the 15th, from Jersey Mike's Arena at Rutgers University. But that's going to do it for us here live from Franklin High School. Make sure to come back, 7:30 p.m. start between Mountain Lakes, representing Group 1 North 1, and Arts High School from Newark, representing Group 1 North Section 2. And again, we will be live, NJ.com, from Rutgers University for the Group 1 final. That's going to do it for us, ladies and gentlemen, live here from Franklin High School. Josh Drebsky, your producer extraordinaire. My name is Ryan Holzbus. Have a great rest of your afternoon and a great rest of your evening. And again, inviting you to join us for the girls' Group 1 semifinal, live right here on NJ.com. Have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you on the next broadcast.
Welcome back, everybody, here inside Monroe Township High School's gym. The setting for this Group 1 state semifinal. New Providence, the defending Group 1 state champions, they are playing like the top Group 1 team in New Jersey. They take a 30-14 lead into the start of the second half, as they have been sensational. Since leading 12-9 after one, they outscored Wildwood 18-5 in that second quarter of play. And now Wildwood has to summon up the courage to find some offense before this one really expands to a deficit they cannot claw their way back from. Wildwood student section has been sensational here, bringing the energy here, trying to cheer on their team. More than 2 hours away, sectional champions out of South 1. Trying to take on and take down the champions of Central Group 1. Dan Long, Josh Noble, glad you could join us for our continued wall-to-wall coverage of the winter sports season. Running shot, no good. That time for Wildwood on their opening offensive possession, as New Providence gets it in the capable hands of Annie Conover. Conover had 12 points, Annie Fitzgerald added 12, and Ava Kelly with the other 4. 3 players have scored for New Providence, and that's all they've needed. Correction, Megan Henn also had a late bucket. 4 players. Don't want to shortchange her. Conover across the lane, into the corner. Kelly left the ball behind for Henn. Henn, pull-up jumper around the foul line, no good. Good defensive start to the second half on that possession by the Warriors of Wildwood. Team that averages 54 points per game. Stuck on 14 for a while here. That shot across the middle by Murphy, no good. Pioneers trying to push it the other way, but traveling that time was Fitzgerald. Moved her pivot foot after she was waiting for the trailer to come. First meeting between both schools in recent history. Both programs have won 4 state championships apiece. Wildwood won titles in 1991, 2000, 2001, and 2002. They have not won another title since their last championship in 2002. New Providence winning titles in 2010, 2011, 2015, and 2025. Reigning state champs just absolutely befuddling this Warrior offense. Wilbur picked up the dribble, outlets it up top to Murphy. Troiano, she's been effective in doing that, getting to the rim. Could not convert that time. One and done with a rebound here for New Providence. Ball knocked out of the hands that time of Kessler, but picked up by Kelly. Over 2 minutes gone by here in the start of the second half. Step back 3, no good. There's going to be an over-the-back foul underneath the rim. Foul against New Providence. Addie Fitzgerald picked up the foul. That is her second, team's first foul of the third quarter. Fati inside. Nice post move that time by Murphy, but it lipped off the front of the rim. Murphy had 14 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks against Haddon Township in their sectional championship win. Here's the 3 for New Providence, swished home by Megan Henn. Henn's got 5. That is the third made 3 of the game for New Providence. Their lead now grows to 19, 33-14 advantage for the defending state champs. Deflected pass inside. Fitzgerald got her hand in the passing lane. Under 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Corner 3, got it! Megan Henn is heating up. She had a late jump shot to end the second quarter. as she's now started off the third quarter with back-to-back threes, and it is a 22-point lead for New Providence, leading 36-14 as Wildwood calls for the timeout. As the defending champs starting to pull away and starting to hit some big-time shots from the outside. Good ball movement leading to that extra shooter in the corner, and Hen has knocked down a pair. She's knocked down 2 threes. Addie Fitzgerald has connected on a pair of threes as well. So Megan Hen is showing the fun. Conover with 12, Fitzgerald with 12, Hen now with 8, and Ava Kelly with 4. Last season in the semifinal round, New Providence outlasted Haddon Township 55-37. Wildwood was able to defeat Haddon Township this season after losing in the sectional final against Haddon Township 42-32 a season ago. Last time Wildwood was here in the semis, 2024, they lost to Shore 48-42. They are having an extremely difficult time scoring the basketball here this season against New Providence. Deflected pass, full court pressure forces the steal. Hen was open right at the three-point line and elected not to take the shot despite knocking in her last 2 consecutive threes. Unselfish player. Conover weaves her way through, tipped out the offensive rebound to a teammate. Fitzgerald no good, and a one-handed rebound attempt. Jump ball, that'll be possession arrow favoring New Providence. A win here for New Providence would punch their ticket for the state finals for the 7th time in program history. They made their debut in the state championship round back in 1983. Conover lined up the 3 off the back iron. Rebound comes out to Wilbur. Who can get you a bucket right now if you're Wildwood? Try to go inside. Murphy might have gotten away with a shuffling of the feet. Up and under move, and the layup no good. Conover with the rebound. Past the halfway point to the third quarter. All New Providence, 36-14 lead. Conover over to Kessler. New Providence just patiently operating here in this offensive set. No double team really coming out. And Conover will eventually dribble it off her foot out of bounds for a Pioneer turnover. Good patient work on defense on that possession, but again, even though they did not score, New Providence accomplished their goal. They ran some time off the clock. 3:15 and counting left to go here in the third. They enjoy a 22-point lead. Wildwood has been stuck on 14 points for an eternity of time. They have yet to score in this second half. And quite frankly, it was the last couple of minutes of the second quarter as well that they did not add on to the 14. On the baseline it goes to the near side. Sydney Killian, number 14, into the game for the first time for Wildwood. Long range 3. No good. Benicio was trying to end the scoreless drought. Wildwood student section now sitting down. They can only do so much from their vantage point as another 3 is rattled home by Addie Fitzgerald. Her third connection from deep. She's got a game-high 15. Wilbur looking for someone to help. Killian anticipated and stolen away by Conover. An easy walk to the park for her. Annie Conover, 14 points. Wilbur. Watched by Kessler. It has to be such a helpless feeling right now if you're Wildwood's coaching staff. There's just nothing that your team can go to here. Look, they try to go backdoor in that play. Anticipated beautifully by New Providence. Pioneers block to the rim. Here's Wilbur. A rare chance to try to push the pace here in transition. Unsettled set might lead to an opportunity inside. Good recovery defense there by New Providence. And a foul whistled. Troiano has been aggressive all game long, trying to take her defender off the dribble and right to the rim. Fitzgerald picks up the foul. Third personal foul against Fitzgerald for New Providence. And Troiano finally able to snap the scoreless skid. Don't know exactly how long it lasted, but coming up on 7 minutes of scoreless basketball here in the third quarter, and then dating back to the final couple of minutes of the second quarter of play. Madison Troiano knocks in a pair at the foul line. She's got 4. First 2 points of the quarter here for Wildwood. 41-16 lead for New Providence. Tipped away, out near center court, trying to save that one with a hustle was Sabrin Fatih, freshman. I was commenting before the game to my partner here, Josh Noble. I love the uniform of all the matching sneakers for both teams. New Providence all in pink and with a nice cool gray look for Wildwood. It's going to be a foul on the perimeter on a bit of a push. 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter. New Providence outscoring Wildwood 11-2 in this third quarter after they outscored them 18-5 in the second. Conover plays it back up top. 20 seconds and counting left to go in the third. Under 10 seconds. Conover with all the time in the world eases her way around the defense, scores, and that shot will count. They will count the bucket to beat the buzzer as Conover scores 4 points in less than 10 seconds. And New Providence leads now 45-16 after 3 quarters of play. They're 8 minutes away from going back to Rutgers to defend their Group 1 championship from a season ago. Once again, it's been the Annie Conover show. 18 points for the senior. Scranton's getting a great one. It looks like from our naked eye that maybe that came after the buzzer had sounded, but the official at midcourt counted the bucket. So 45-16 is your score. Fans, did you know that subscribers of NJ.com have access to download free high-resolution photos for personal use? Be sure to subscribe today by visiting NJ.com/HSSports to see photo galleries from all different games around the state. And NJ.com is your exclusive home for live streaming action of the NJSIAA Basketball State Championships beginning tomorrow at Rutgers. First game tips off at 1 p.m. and will feature the number 1 ranked girls team in New Jersey, Red Bank Catholic, taking on number 5, Morris Catholic, in the non-public A final. So join us tomorrow, starting off our state championship basketball coverage from Jersey Mike's Arena, exclusively here on NJ.com. Beginning of the fourth quarter here from Monroe Township. Corner three, no good. Benicio unable to get that one. Wildwood scored 9 points, fans, in the first quarter. In the last 2 quarters combined, they were held to 7. 7 combined points over the second and third quarters. And there's another 3-ball in the corner by Addie Fitzgerald, her 4th connection from 3-point range. Fitzgerald has 18, Conover with 18. The dynamic duo is proving to be a little too much here today for Wildwood. .32-point lead right now for New Providence. They get 3 more points and get to a 35-point lead. That would trigger the mercy rule in effect as Conover was diving on the floor, was trying to time her dive to get around Wilbur. Awkward little tumble, but cheeky smile there for Conover. She's okay. That tells you something when your star player in a 32-point game is hustling like it's a 2-point game. Wilbur for 3. No good. Rebounded underneath by who else? Annie Conover. A legendary player in New Providence history. Here she goes again. And somehow always looks like she's got a lot of energy still left in the tank. 20-point performance here for Conover. Long range 3, that time connected on. Benicio with her first 3 of the game. She's got 6. New Providence again going right down the middle. That time, Hen missing on the shot. Good interior defense here by the Warriors. Trying to build off that last 3. They get another one to drop. Joelle Murphy. A 6-0 run here by Wildwood. And a timeout's going to be taken by Coach Pazdera for New Providence as he sees back-to-back triples knocked in and produced by Wildwood. Wildwood was in danger of being part of that mercy rule in the running clock. But then they finally got into gear. That time, a little bit of a transition 3 opportunity for Joelle Murphy. Murphy is connected on 2 made 3s in this game. Wildwood as a team has registered 5 made 3s. Wildwood State Championships in 1991. They won their first title. They defeated Cresskill. Then in 2000, it started the run of 3 consecutive state championships. In 2000, Wildwood defeated North Warren. And then in 2001, and followed up in 2002, back-to-back championship wins against Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes potentially is an opponent that New Providence might be facing come Sunday. The other side, the other semifinal, it's Newark Arts versus Mountain Lakes. The winner of that semi would take on, we presume to be New Providence based on this large lead in the game. Conover, a rare miss for her here in the second half. Wildwood trying to build off of the last couple of made buckets. Benicio off to the near side to Wilbur. Wilbur sets in, fires, and got that shot deflected by Kessler. Conover behind the back dribble. Benicio staying with her. Correction, that was Ellison Morey, number 13, in charge of watching Conover. Conover got the step around the screen and made easy work there as Conover up to 22 points. 4.5 minutes and counting left to go here in regulation. Benicio, turnaround shot, no good. Tipped it out in space to her teammate. Back to Benicio, steps into a three, no good. Follow-up attempt and the tap-in finish there by Murphy. And quickly a timeout's going to be taken by Coach Cuniff after Joelle Murphy with the offensive rebound and putback makes this a 28-point game. As we're closing in on the middle of the fourth quarter. Again, tomorrow, fans join us from Rutgers University, the non-public championships. And in our first two games, you will see the top-ranked teams in both the girls
High School Jaguars, 25-4. Coming into the evening, the number 20 team in the Garden State, per NJ.com, in all green as we are underway here from Franklin High School. Mountain Lakes, the Lakers win the opening tip and will begin possession with the basketball. Ball in the hands of Summer Sutter, number 21 in white. And the ball will make its way out of play right in front of Arts' bench. The Jaguars are the last to touch it, so Mountain Lakes will inbound from the far sideline. Sienna Bednar, the sophomore, will send a pass towards the paint and right underneath the Arts basket. And out of play, as trying to fight for that lob pass, was the junior Shea Sutter, Ball out of play. And it will be a Mountain Lakes inbound from the baseline. Dangerous pass from Summer Sutter. Sets up a long three for Sienna Bednar, which was short. And Arts able to reel in the rebound. As Neela Rivera, the senior, will make her way across midcourt. Three off the front of the rim, skied up into the air and off the mark. Mountain Lakes the other way, a foul called, and the basket does not fall. The Sienna Bednar headed thought for a moment to the free throw line, instead a blocking foul. Mountain Lakes instead will inbound from the baseline. And down the other end, Harmony Burgess off the mark on that last three-point attempt for Arts High School. This time it's Summer Sutter, too strong on her three-point attempt. Rivera from the near sideline for Niasia Troutman. Her pass, cross-court pass, off the mark. And out of play, Lakers will take over from the far sideline in front of the scorer's table. Your starters for Mountain Lakes, they were announced off the top. Sienna Bednar, Annalise Armani wearing number 13 in white. Summer Sutter, Christine Squeglia, and Shea Sutter, who moves the ball to her right for Annalise Armani. Now back to Shea Sutter, the junior, from the point. She's covered by number 11, Michaela Allen, the junior. Here's Bednar, driving to her left. Down goes Rivera, the defender for Arts High School. Now Summer Sutter. Inside for Shea Sutter. From the top of the three-point arc, drives to her right and draws a violation. It's a foul called against number 5, Harmony Burgess, the sophomore. And a shooting foul will send Shea Sutter to the free throw line. Shea scored 27 points, added 7 rebounds, 6 steals, and 5 assists in the Group 1 North 1 final win over Pequannock as she knocks down her first free throw. Our first points of this evening's Group 1 state semifinal comes a minute 40 into the NJSIAA, Group 1 semifinal from Franklin High School. Shea Sutter misses her second free throw. And now Neela Rivera will head the other way. Rivera from the point to her right. That is Rivera. Gets a shot off from the middle of the paint. Ball tipped all the way back out towards midcourt and corralled by a Jaguar. It's number 25, Ayana LaFontaine. And Nicole Ray Bogan puts a shot up in the direction of the rim. Fouled in the act of doing so. It's a blocking foul. And that will set up an inbound from the baseline underneath the Mountain Lakes basket. Quick pass inside and shot a little bit too strong off the backboard and no good. The junior Michaela Allen. Great tip there by Summer Sutter. Heads up play as she tips it to her teammate Squeglia, Christine Squeglia, prior to a possible turnover or the ball making its way out of play. Here is Squeglia. Along the top couple steps beyond the three-point arc. Here's a pass inside and foul called as Shea Sutter put a shot up in the direction of the rim off the back iron and no good. But it'll send the older sister Shea Sutter to the free throw line, as we do have a pair of sisters on Mountain Lakes girls basketball. Shea and Summer Sutter, junior and sophomore respectively, as Shea is no good on her first free throw attempt, her third free throw attempt of this evening. Younger sister Summer is a sophomore. Both are three-sport athletes. Shea, a soccer goalkeeper, over 500 career saves as she knocks down her second free throw attempt. Summer, a lacrosse and soccer player as well. Mountain Lakes soccer, the Group 1 state champs in fall 2024, spring 2024, were Group 1 lacrosse champs, both boys and girls. As Michaela Allen is fouled, she'll head to the free throw line for the Jaguars. Coming into the evening, a record of 25-4. 3 of their 4 losses, all to top 20 teams per NJ.com. As Allen knocks down her first free throw attempt. First basket of the evening for Arch High School out of Newark, New Jersey. But 3 of the 4 losses for the Jaguars. Early season loss to St. John Vianney, number 2 team in the state, will be playing for a state championship tomorrow. Or St. John Vianney lost in the South Final to Red Bank Catholic, so my apologies there. Lost Monday in the sectional final. Here's Mountain Lakes down the other end. Summer Sutter, the sophomore, backing in to her defender. She's going to get called for a double dribble. 3 minutes through our first quarter, the Jaguars will inbound from the baseline underneath their own basket. And Mountain Lakes will come out with a full court press. All 5 white jerseys on the left half of midcourt. For the most part, it's Christine Squeglia, the senior, at the midcourt circle. As Neasia Troutman, the senior captain, is fouled on the inbound. She grabs her right elbow, right arm. We will do that inbound again. Nila Rivera will handle the inbounding duties. Give and go. And now here's Rivera. 2-on-2, bit of an unsettled situation. Fast break. She feeds Neasia Troutman, and the senior knocks down her first basket of the evening. And the Lakers the other way. Shot no good. Rivera will draw a foul. Summer Sutter is the Laker who is whistled for the first foul, I believe, here this evening. Sutter will check out. Checking in for Mountain Lakes. I believe that was number 12, Thalia Klein. Excuse me, it was number 3, Ella Ashley. Dylan Lokopolis also out there, number 5 in white. As the Lakers come up with the rebound. Squeglia along the far sideline, drives to her right. Shot off the backboard, bit too strong, rolls off the front of the rim. and a scrum for the loose ball. Our officials say that Arts is the last to touch it. So Mountain Lakes will inbound from underneath the Arts Jaguars basket. And they going to change that. Second official came in from an alternate viewpoint. And they're going to reverse that call. So the Jaguars will inbound underneath their own basket. Nila Rivera across midcourt, covered by the freshman Ella Ashley. Now along the baseline, nice pass by Niasia Troutman. The three-point attempt off the mark. Put back off the rebound, good by Nila Rivera. And Arts High School up to a 5-2 lead as we're through the halfway point of our first quarter. 3:30 left to play. Here's Shea Sutter driving to her left. A lot of contact as she put a shot up as she entered the paint, draws the foul. And Shea Sutter, the junior, will head to the free throw line. Mentioned Shea and younger sister Summer Sutter. Also have twins Christine and Caitlin Squiglia for the Mountain Lakes Lakers. Both soccer players. Christine also a lacrosse player, a defender for the Mountain Lakes girls lacrosse team. That's Shea Sutter, no good on her first free throw attempt as Summer checks in for the Mountain Lakes Lakers. Christine Squiglia out there for Mountain Lakes. You can see her near side. Number 23 in white. Unfortunately, Caitlin Squiglia out for the season with an injury. Is already committed to Gettysburg to play soccer. As that miss came from the far corner on the three-point attempt, Ayana LaFontaine. Junior a bit too strong on her triple attempt. Ball made its way out of play along the near sideline, and Mountain Lakes will be awarded the inbound. Steve Squiglia will inbound for number 5 in white, Dylan Locopolis, the junior. Now to the point for the sophomore Summer Sutter. Averages just over 5 points per game and just over 2.5 rebounds a game. And has added 2.2 assists and 2.2 steals per game this season. And as Mountain Lakes trying to set up offensively along the baseline, the Lakers will go out of play with the basketball, and we're inside 3 minutes. The Arts Jaguars will cross midcourt, ball in the hands of the senior captain starter, Nila Rivera. And intended to try to get back to Rivera along the near high corner, top of the three-point arc in front of the Mountain Lakes bench. Ball poked out of play in front of the scores table. Mountain Lakes will be awarded possession and will inbound from right there in front of the scores table from the far sideline. Pass inside into the paint for Shea Sutter. She's fouled on her way to the basket. No good on her attempt. But we'll head to the free throw line for 2 free throw attempts. Shea Sutter 2 for 4 from the free throw line. Make that 3 of 5. It is the only 3 points that Mountain Lakes has registered this evening. Arts leads 5-3 with 2:24 left to play in the first quarter, and Sutter knocks down her second free throw. Now 4 for 6 from the free throw line, and we've got a 1-point basketball game as we approach 2 minutes to play. Scrum for the loose ball, and a foul looks to be called against the Jaguars. And number 2, Niasia Troutman. And reverse that. Instead, it will be Troutman heading to the free throw line. Summer Sutter, the sophomore, number 21, is whistled for the foul. So my apologies there. Rather, it'll be Troutman standing at the free throw line for 2 free throw attempts. And she will knock down her first. Nothing from net. Mentioned Caitlin Squiglia is out for Mountain Lakes. She's missed much of this season with a knee injury. Becca Horowitz, a senior, also inactive for Mountain Lakes for much of this season. Injured just a few games into the 2025-2026 campaign. Becca Horowitz committed to TCNJ to play lacrosse. As Arts along the far sideline, right in front of their bench, forced turnover, ball to play. And they will inbound leading by 2 points with just over 2 minutes left to play here in quarter number 1. Nilo Rivera, described as a superb floor general, will kickstart this offensive possession. Head coach Tariq Brown in his 3rd season will cut that possession shy and use his first timeout and get his group together. Brown in his 3rd season as head coach. He's joined by assistants, twin brothers Ramel and Ramil Johnson, as well as Brashay Ali. Arts High School, fresh off winning their first Group 1 North 2 sectional title. They scored 21 unanswered points in their win versus University. That was on Monday night, that was Saturday night, March 7th. Scored 21 unanswered points in the middle of that game to propel the Jaguars to the sectional title and to tonight's Group 1 semifinal. Our winner between Mountain Lakes and Arts High School will take on the winner of New Providence and Wildwood. That game tipped off at 7 p.m. from Monroe High School. That final to be played from Rutgers University, Jersey Mike's Arena on Sunday afternoon, March the 15th, a 4 p.m. start per NJ.com. As Rivera, the superb floor general, will initiate this next offensive possession out of the timeout. Along the baseline, Jaguars now spin it to the near-high arc in the hands of Rivera. Mountain Lakes coming out with a zone defense as they close out the first quarter. And out of that timeout break, foul called against Mountain Lakes. That'll go against Christine Squeglia, the senior. And that will put Nieja Troutman to the free throw line. Jaguars lead 6-4 with $1:38 left to play in our first quarter. There's a bit of a delay here. Mountain Lakes make a change. It'll be Nieja Troutman from the free throw line. Her first of 2 is no good. Troutman's good on her second free throw attempt, now up to 4 points on the evening. Gives her team a 7-4 lead. And Shea Sutter fouled by Nieja Troutman as she was working to get across the midcourt line, and both teams in the bonus will send Shea Sutter, the junior, to the free throw line. All 4 Mountain Lakes points here in our first quarter have been via Shea Sutter free throw conversions. And her first attempt misses off the front of the rim. And Sutter no good on her second free throw. Keep this at a 3-point game. Arts in the lead. And Nila Rivera, her bounce pass for Ayana LaFontant was unable to be controlled by LaFontant. Ball to play along the baseline. And Mountain Lakes will inbound. Inside, 1:30 left to play in our opening quarter of action. Mountain Lakes still searching for their first basket, first field goal converted of the evening as Shea Sutter checks to the basketball and dribbles across midcourt. Ball in the hands of Thalia Klein. She moves it off to her right for Christine Squeglia, attempting to try to get it into the paint for the freshman Ella Ashley. Or excuse me, that is the junior, number 5 in white, Dylan Lukapolis. for Lukopolis. Ball to play. Lukopolis will inbound from the baseline underneath the Arts basket. Quick pass and shot. Thalia Klein, no good on her three-point attempt. Rebounded by the senior Squeglia. And Klein will control from near the center circle. Ball in the hands of Shea Sutter as we are inside a minute to play in our first quarter. Klein with the defender all over. It's LaFontaine. Ball will make its way out of play along the far sideline in front of the Arts bench. And the Jaguars will take over. It's inbound from the far sideline. Inside 50 seconds left to play in our opening quarter. We will see if Arts takes their time offensively. Instead, they push the pace, and a traveling violation called against the Arts Jaguars. We'll gift another possession back to Mountain Lakes in our closing stages of our first quarter. No shot clock here at the high school level. We saw that evident in our first game here from Franklin High School. It was the Group 1 boys semifinal. Shabazz, a big win over Waldwick High School. And at the end of quarter number 2 and 3, Shabazz lets some clock run off the clock, something like a minute, as Thalia Klein knocks down the first basket for Mountain Lakes this evening. It's a triple to tie our game at 7. And now inside 20 seconds, the Lakers come up with a big rebound and an opportunity to try to take their first lead of the evening. Jump ball at midcourt, as it was Ella Ashley who dribbled across midcourt from right to left. Jump ball possession awarded to the Jaguars with just over 11 seconds left to play. 11.9 ticks on our first quarter game clock. As Arts High School makes a change at who inbounds, it will be the junior Morgan Hare. 10 seconds left to play in our first quarter. Troutman, covered by Christine Squeglia, almost stolen away. Klein extending out to the midcourt line, playing strong defense, and a blocking foul called against Mountain Lakes. And this will give Arts High School an opportunity at some points here, as they are in the bonus. And it will give Mila Rivera an opportunity for 2 free throw attempts and to try to give her team a lead heading into the first quarter break. And she's no good on her first free throw attempt. Carly Ross will check into the game for the first time this evening. Ella Ashley will head to the bench. And Rivera good on her second free throw. Gives her team an 8-7 lead with just over 4 seconds left to play. A Hail Mary pass sent in the direction of midcourt. Stolen by Rivera out of the air. And then Rivera a long three. No good, as we'll get to the end of our first quarter. Arts High School an 8-7 lead over Mountain Lakes in the Group 1 girls semifinal. A spot in Sunday's state final on the line from Jersey Mike's Arena and Rutgers University. Let's keep it right here through the quarter break, and I'll introduce you to Mountain Lakes head coaches. Sometime in that first quarter, I let you know about Arts head coach Tariq Brown and his staff. Brown in his third season. Mountain Lakes is coached by Megan Olenowski. It's her first season with Mountain Lakes and her first season as a high school basketball coach. Spent the previous 10 seasons as an assistant coach at Drew University with her father, John Olenowski. Prior to that, coached for 1 season at Montclair State. Played 2 seasons of college basketball at Ithaca College. Was an all-state guard for Morris Catholic, winning 3 county championships, 1 state championship, and was named all-county twice. Also the Morris County and non-public B championship game MVPs. A 3-sport athlete was Mountain Lakes head coach Megan Olenowski. Also played soccer and softball. She's got a star-studded group around her as well. Assistant coaches Erin Frederick, Phoebe Bledsoe, and Sean Marizzi. We'll start with Marizzi. He's the girls soccer head coach at Mountain Lakes the past 4 seasons. in which Mountain Lakes won 3 state sectional titles, 3 state titles. Granted, he did take over for a 19-4-2 team that was coming off a Group 1 final loss. Fouled underneath the Arts basket is Shea Sutter. Shooting foul will send her to the free throw line as we're just over 10 seconds into quarter number 2. Marisi also played soccer at Fairleigh Dickinson University, made 126 saves in 1997 as the goalie for FDU. As Shea Sutter good on her first free throw. Now 5 free throws converted here this evening. Ties our score at 8 pending Shea Sutter's second free throw attempt, which is good. Gives Mountain Lakes their first lead of this evening. And we'll get to coaches Frederick and Bledsoe at our next extended stoppage. LaFontaine will go baseline to baseline to the far sideline, and stripped away is Nicole Ray Bogan. As Ella Ashley will look for help, find it in the form of Shea Sutter. She's stripped from behind by Ayanna LaFontaine. And Sutter able to get back on the basketball, surrounded by 4 green jerseys. A jump ball, and it will be Jaguars basketball. And an inbound from underneath the Mountain Lakes basket. Erin Frederick, one of the assistant coaches for Mountain Lakes, is from Staten Island, New York. Played high school basketball for Notre Dame Academy, and then went on to play at Drew University under head coach John Olenowski and Meg Olenowski for 5 seasons, 1,300 points, averaged just over 12 points per game. As Neela Rivera, her shot blocked on her way to the basket, and Mountain Lakes across midcourt, ball in the hands of Thalia Klein. Now Ella Ashley going baseline, her shot off the side of the backboard, no good. Jaguars the other way. Troutman trying to feed a pass in for, that was Michaela Allen, number 11 in green. It was off the mark. Excuse me, that's Morgan Hare, number 24. Hare now covering Sienna Bednar in the far corner. And a charging foul called against Annalise Armani, the freshman. Offensive foul against the Lakers will allow Arts to inbound from underneath their own basket. And we'll sneak in the 4th and final coach, 3rd assistant for Mountain Lakes. It's Phoebe Bledsoe, a soccer player, also though a 3-sport athlete. Played basketball and lacrosse as well in high school. Averaged over 6 points per game as a basketball player. 45 career ground balls as a lacrosse player. Just under 800 career saves at Caldwell High School, and then went on to play 4 years for Montclair State. Up over 100 saves in her career in 21 wins. As Arts converts a 2-point basket, and they take a 1-point lead right back. Trying to find Shea Sutter inside, stolen away by Bogan. Near corner fouled. That's number 5, Harmony Burgess, the sophomore, averaging just over 11 points per game, over 5.5 rebounds per game. She will head to the free throw line, or pardon, it'll be a blocking foul inbound from the baseline underneath the Lakers basket. All the way out to Rivera, who's up over 500 points this season. Air ball on the 3-point attempt. Underneath the basket is Ayanna LaFontaine, the junior, converts her first field goal of the evening. Her first points here in this semifinal, gives her team a 12-9 lead. And ball out of play along the far sideline, right in front of the scorer's table. A turnover. Arts will take over. Inbound will come from our left half, defensive half for the Jaguars. Morgan Hare from the near sideline, her shot off the mark, fouled on her way to the basket. Christine Squeglia, the senior, is she is the player whistled for the foul. That'll send the junior Morgan Hare to the free throw line. Had 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists in the Group 1 North 2 final win over University, and she's no good on her first free throw attempt. And off the back rim and out. No good on her second free throw attempt. It's LaFontaine able to force a jump ball. However, it will be Mountain Lakes basketball. And Squeglio will inbound from the baseline. Looking for help. She'll heave it towards midcourt into the hands of the junior Shea Sutter. Now back to Christine. Ella Ashley for Shea Sutter. Three-point attempt, a long three-point attempt off the front rim and out. That was the sophomore Bednar who let that three-point attempt fly. And now Rivera the other way, into the paint. And contested shot is good. That's number 2, Neasia Troutman. Or excuse me, number 5, Harmony Burgess, her first field goal converted this evening. Shea Sutter inside, trying to back down her defender. Goes to the ground, to her knees, trying to pass it out to the top arc. Stolen away by Arts. LaFontaine running into trouble. Inside for Burgess, her shot off the front of the rim, able to grab her own rebound. Putback attempt, no good. Ball into play. Possession will stay right here with the Jaguars. As we approach the midway point in our first half, timeout is taken by Arts High School, and we'll step aside and take a timeout with them. 4:27 left to play in our second quarter. The Jaguars of Arts High School, a 14-9 lead as you are watching the 2025-2026 NJSIAA Group 1 Girls State Semifinal, live only right here on NJ.com. Five-point game with just under 4:30 to play at half number 1 between the Arts Jaguars and the Mountain Lakes Lakers. And ladies and gentlemen, NJ.com is your home for live streaming of the NJSIAA boys and girls basketball state finals. Make sure to follow all the action at Jersey Mike's Arena from Rutgers University. On Thursday is the non-public A and B boys and girls finals. Saturday, groups 2 and 4 and groups 1 and 3 on Sunday, only on NJ.com. And a three-pointer by the Arts Jaguars makes this an 8-point game. Summer Sutter looking for some help, and a traveling violation as she was making her way through the paint, surrounded by a handful of green jerseys. Be a turnover, and Arts will inbound from underneath their own basket. LaFontaine, the junior, will carry across midcourt. And tipped by Mountain Lakes across midcourt. Arts to keep possession. Here's Rivera. Float shot off the mark. Went off the front of the rim, back of the rim, and rolled off. Mountain Lakes will head the other way. Christine Squeglia goes down to the ground. Transition opportunity for, I believe that's Nicole Ray Bogut it was. Her shot blocked on the other end. Great hustle by Mountain Lakes to get back and recover. It was a 3-on-1. Had Bogan kept her head up, and she had help to her left, opted to take an attempt at the basket. Her shot blocked. Here's Burgess, an easy 2 from the elbow in the paint. Sophomore gives her team a 10-point lead as we approach 3 minutes left to play in our first half. Summer Sutter, pass inside for older sister Shea Sutter. 3-point attempt off the mark from the far corner. Sienna Bednar. Arts the other way, Rivera. Great touch on her layup off the glass and in. Arts now a 12-point lead inside 3 minutes to play in half number one. Forward, off the turnover, layup, bit too strong by Fontan. Mountain Lakes quickly the other way. Christine Squeglia dribbles into the corner, looks for help, finds it in the form of Shea Sutter. Now a 3-point attempt, Bednar off the rim and no good. Mountain Lakes trying to get these 3-pointers to fall, unable to in our first half, and Arts will take a timeout. Stops our clock at 2:22. The Jaguars a 12-point lead. They've won 15 of their last 16 games, have the Arts Jaguars, and they won their first Newark Public Schools Tournament Championship earlier this season. Trying to add some hardware to both that Newark tournament and the sectional title they won on this past Saturday. Looking to add this coming Sunday a Group 1 girls basketball state title. As for Mountain Lakes, they began their season 4-7. Dropped their first two games versus Villa Walsh and Morristown. Then went on to win 9 of their last 10 games to find themselves here in this semifinals, their second consecutive Group 1 North 1 title, as they seek their first appearance in the Group 1 final since 2002. Mountain Lakes lost in both the 2001 and 2002 Group 1 final. So the Lakers trying to get back there for the first time in almost 25 years. So we approach 2 minutes to play in our first half. The Arts Jaguars a 21-9 lead over the Mountain Lakes Lakers. Free throws made by Shea Sutter, as well as a three-pointer by Thalia Klein, are the only Mountain Lakes points here in half number one. Ball to play in front of the Mountain Lakes bench. Possession will stay right here with Arts. Here's Burgess driving into the paint. And no foul called. It will just be a turnover. Burgess the last to touch it. And Mountain Lakes will inbound from the baseline underneath their own basket. Christine Squeglia will handle those inbounding duties and find Shea Sutter, who will dribble across half court. Looks for help. Finds it in the form of Bednar from the top of the three-point arc. Gets a pick from Shea Sutter. Another pick. And now Summer Sutter from the far sideline in front of the Arts bench. Her shot contested is no good. Turnover as Arts heads the other way. And called by our near sideline official, a carry. And that'll be a turnover. Mountain Lakes with a $1:34 left to play in our first half will inbound from the near sideline. Christine Squeglia will handle those inbounding duties. 9 rebounds in back-to-back games for the senior Christine Squeglia. Contested shot as Summer Sutter, the sophomore, made her way to the basket, skipping her way into the paint. Looks like a traveling violation called against Sutter. Thought for a moment it was a foul, and she'd be heading to the free throw line for some free throws, but instead Arts will inbound from underneath their own basket, and a turnover. The Sutter sisters forcing that turnover, but Shea Sutter, unable to convert on the layup attempt. And that pass sailed high, wide, and out of play. Miaja Troutman looking to find a teammate in the far corner. pass off the mark as we approach a minute left to play. Mountain Lakes will try to convert and get some points here before they head to the halftime locker room. Here's Bednar. He's taking a handful of three-point attempts here this afternoon, and she'll be whistled for a travel violation. A quick conversation between Bednar and the official, who was along the far sideline and whistled our play dead. Stops our clock just over a minute, and that'll give Arts plenty of time to try to put something together here offensively before they go to the halftime locker room. Here's Rivera, kicks it to her right. Three-point attempt by Troutman off the mark. Rebounded by Bednar. Mountain Lakes quickly across midcourt. 3-on-2, and Shea Sutter will get the two-point basket to fall. Her first field goal of the evening. Good for her 8th point, as we have a 10-point game with 30 seconds left to play. Thought Arts might try to milk this clock through this possession. Instead, Harmony Burgess, the sophomore, her 3rd basket of the evening. And a tip ball out of play. Troutman for the Jaguars, the last to touch it. Stops our clock at 15.3 seconds in what is a 12-point game. Arts on top, as the Jaguars will make a substitution. Jayana Conover-Smith, the freshman, checks in, number 14 in green, along with Morgan Hare, number 24 in green. Possibly a defensive approach here. Jayana Conover-Smith, 18 blocks, 10 steals this season for the 6'3" forward. Approaching 5 seconds. Christine Squeglia from the top of the arc. Inside 3 seconds. Bednar will get a three-pointer off and is good at the buzzer. The sophomore, Sienna Bednar, knocks down her first basket, a three-pointer to close out our first half and cut the deficit down to 9 points as our two teams head to their respective locker rooms. And the replay for you, ladies and gentlemen. Bednar off a good 1 or 2 beats prior to the buzzer sounding. A big three-pointer to cut this down to a 9-point game. Arts a 23-14 lead as we head into the halftime break. Live right here on NJ.com from Franklin High School in Somerset County. A spot in Sunday's Group 1 girls basketball final on the line. Don't go anywhere. Be about a 9-minute halftime break, and we'll be right back with half 2 action live right here from Franklin High School on NJ.com. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching live coverage of the NJSIAA Group 1 Girls State Semifinal live only on NJ.com. Your home for live streaming of the NJSIAA Boys and Girls Basketball State Finals on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday from Jersey Mike's Arena and Rutgers University. It's live right here only on NJ.com. Arts High School, a 23-14 lead in the Group 1 semifinal over Mountain Lakes. Winner will take on the winner of Wildwood and New Providence, as that three-point attempt off the mark, no good. Arts able to grab their own rebound, and the feed to Burgess. It was a good pass, but Burgess was unable to finish. Here's Shea Sutter the other way. Her layup attempt too strong, but a turnover underneath the Arts basket. Ball will make its way out of play, and the possession will stay right here with Mountain Lakes. As the Lakers, an even 7 points in each of our opening two quarters. As for Arts High School, they had a big second quarter. 15 points propelled them out to this 23-14 lead. Turnover, Nila Rivera the other way. Her layup good. Up to 9 points now on the evening semifinal. She paces her group. Here's Sutter for Squeglia. Mountain Lakes trying to get something to work offensively as Squeglia drives to the basket. Her attempt at the backboard and in was a bit too strong. A tie-up underneath the Arts basket and a jump ball. Possession will stay right here with Mountain Lakes, and they'll inbound it from the baseline. Thalia Klein, the junior, will head over to to do the inbounding duties. For Shea Sutter. Bednar faked the three, then pulls up from three and got net, but shy of the rim as the ball makes its way out of play, and the Arts basketball. It's inbound from their baseline. It's the first time these two teams have ever met, at least since 2010. That's where NJ.com's historical archives kind of stop as Rivera throws that ball away. Tried to pass it to Neasia Troutman, the senior, and it sailed over Troutman's head. Both girls able to laugh it off, however. Their team leading by 11 points. And off the inbound, some contacts and a foul called against the Jaguars. Harmony Burgess, her third personal foul. And she'll check out for the Arts Jaguars. Squeglia again to inbound from the far sideline, right in front of the Arts bench. Here's Sutter. Stops her dribble, picks it up at the top of the arc. Bednar. Eyes on the basket. She was looking to pull up from a long three. Ball in the hands of Christine Squeglia, the senior. Spin move, back to her right. Ball went off a green shoe as Klein finds the ball in the near corner, and she manages to knock the ball off Nila Rivera. And out of play, we'll keep the possession right here with Mountain Lakes. Heads up play there by Thalia Klein. She will head to the Mountain Lakes bench. But a heads up play to keep the possession right here with the Lakers. Here's Squeglia, able to dribble around her defender. Bounce pass in the paint for Ella Ashley. And her layup attempts off the backboard, too strong, no good. And Nicole Ray Bogan pulls down the rebound and able to hold on with Lakers players trying to wrestle the ball away from her. Jump ball, Jaguars will keep possession. Rivera dribbles across the midcourt line. Matched up with the freshman Ella Ashley. And will draw a foul. Blocking foul against the junior Shea Sutter. As we are 2 minutes through our third quarter. Here's Rivera from the midcourt logo. Passes to her left for Troutman. Flip the court. Back into the hands of Rivera. Back towards the far sideline for Bogan. Long two put up by Michaela Allen, the junior. Her attempt no good. Rebounded by Mountain Lakes. Christine Squeglia the other way. And she'll slow things down as she gets across the midcourt line, allows her offense to recover. Ashley, dangerously there, almost walked into a travel. Here's Shea Sutter. Working hard in the paint with Sienna Bednar, trying to post up her defender and get into an advantageous opportunity. Neela Rivera with the steal. Feed pass and one. Tarmini Burgess, the recipient of that Neela Rivera bounce pass. And then off the backboard and in, and Burgess will head to the free throw line for 2 additional free throws. And Burgess is good. Up to 9 points now on the evening in the Group 1 semifinal. And Mountain Lake starting to get a little bit reckless with the basketball. A jump ball. Possession will stay with Mountain Lakes. Heads up play there by the junior Dylan Lukopoulos. As it was Michaela Allen for Arts High School, the first to get a hand on that inbound pass towards midcourt. It's a dangerous inbound pass that it turned into a turnover, but a heads up play there by Lukopoulos to keep the possession right here and force a jump ball. 3-point attempt off the mark. And Neela Rivera calling over a teammate as she picked up her dribble. Gets the ball right back. Dribbles around Ella Ashley. Bounce pass to the far sideline. And dribbling into the paint. That was Ayana LaFontaine, the junior. And I think there was an infraction off ball. Maybe a moving pick called against Arts High School. It'll set up an inbound here for Mountain Lakes underneath their own basket. And a really dangerous pass there and a collision along our near sideline. LaFontaine and Ella Ashley shoulder to shoulder. I think there might have been even a little head contact there as they came together. Ella Ashley is going to slowly walk her way off the court. An incredibly dangerous pass. Wasn't exactly in the direction of, I think it was Shea Sutter working to try to get open. And then Ella Ashley laid out for that loose ball. And she makes her way off the floor. Summer Sutter, the sophomore, will check in for Mountain Lakes. Summer across midcourt. Nice pass inside into the paint for Shea Sutter. And Mountain Lakes able to grab and wrestle away that rebound. And Christine Squeglia, the senior, knocks down her first shot of the evening. And it's from three. Cuts this game back to almost a 10-point game. It's an 11-point lead for Arts High School. 3-pointer down the other end for Morgan Hare. That was LaFontaine, her 3-point attempt off the mark. Squeglia along our near sideline will slow things down. Now Summer Sutter from the midcourt logo. Nice cutback there by Bednar, 11 in white. Her shot, however, too strong and missed the rim. Quick pass up floor for LaFontaine. Turned over. And the ball out of play along our near sideline. We'll see what our officials want to do. Looks like it will be a blocking foul called against Troutman, number 2 in green. Third team foul third team foul against Arts High School with 3:35 left to play in our third quarter. Mountain Lakes will inbound from the near sideline. Summer Sutter across midcourt. Finds Christine Squeglia along our near sideline, near corner. Her feed attempt in front for Shea Sutter gets stolen away by the Jaguars. Here's Morgan Hare. Give and go pass. Finds that's Neasia Troutman. Her first basket of half number 2. Back up to a 13-point basketball game. Bednar. A travel as she tried to make her way to the basket. Along the far side of the key. 3:04 left to play in our third quarter. A 30-17 Arts Jaguars lead. Hare trying to feed a pass backside for, I believe that's Troutman, number 2 in green. It is. There is a foul, however, after Mountain Lakes came up with the steal. 2:52 left to play in our third frame. Christine Squeglia will inbound for Summer Sutter. Fighting her way across midcourt, stolen away by Ayana LaFontaine. Possession will stay right here after the steal. LaFontaine will have to head to the bench. It looks like a conversation with the referee, possibly some blood. I believe she was the one that ran into Ella Ashley and collided a couple moments ago. She'll head to the bench to get cleaned up by an athletic trainer. And Rivera across midcourt. Summer Sutter meeting her right there at the midline. Mountain Lake starting to press out defensively. Need to force some turnovers or at minimum some missed shots to gain some offensive opportunities. Rivera whistled for travel as she made her way to the free throw line and unloaded a 2-point shot attempt. Whistled for the travel prior to getting that shot off. Long inbound pass for Shea Sutter, and Sienna Bednar knocks down her second triple of the evening. Back to a 10-point game. Arts leads 32-20. Rivera stripped. Lokopoulos, along with Summer Sutter, applying the pressure, and Dylan Lokopoulos the other way. The junior converts her first basket of this evening's semifinal. As we're down to single digits, an 8-point lead for the Arts Jaguars. Cross-court pass to the hands of, that's number, I believe that's 14, Jayana Conover-Smith. It was. She let that shot go from the far corner. Off the mark, scrum for the loose ball, and a foul called against Mountain Lakes. We'll set up a Arts Jaguars inbound from the baseline underneath the Lakers basket. As LaFontaine checks back in for the Jaguars. Rivera will handle the inbound to LaFontaine. Now back to Rivera. Nice passing. Sets up a three for Jayana Conover-Smith. Her three-point attempt off the mark. However, Arts able to grab the loose ball. And they'll keep the possession right here with a minute 30 left to play in quarter number 3. Nice crossover there by Rivera. Sets up Morgan Hare for a wide open three off the backboard, off the rim, and no good. And the ball will make its way out of play along the baseline. Last to touch it is Arts High School. $1:24 left to play in our third quarter. Mountain Lakes looking to cut up this Arts lead. Inbound pass finds Shea Sutter. 3-on-2 transition opportunity. However, a carry called against Shea Sutter. As the basketball bounced too high. And that's what forced the carry call. We approach a minute to play in quarter number 3. The Jaguars control. Mila Rivera. Pass into the paint intended for Conover-Smith. She was unable to handle it. Inside a minute now to play in our third quarter. Squeglia along the far sideline in front of her Mountain Lakes bench. Stripped as she was heading to the basket. And fouled right in front of the Mountain Lakes bench is Morgan Hare, as Arts was looking to transition from defense to offense. Lakers bench not happy about that foul call as Shea Sutter will check out. Carly Ross, the junior, number 24 in white, enters for Mountain Lakes. Final 40 seconds of our third quarter. An 8-point lead for Arts High School out of Newark, New Jersey. LaFontaine running into trouble along the near sideline and taken to the ground by Sienna Bednar. Looks like a foul going to be called against Bednar. And by the reaction, she doesn't look happy about it. Looks like this might be a flagrant foul. Now, she did put LaFontaine in a headlock. Now, that wasn't her intention. She was trying to grab the ball, and just whatever she was able to grab, it was around LaFontaine's head and brought her down to the ground. It's not a technical foul. Positive there for Mountain Lakes. LaFontaine to the free throw line for 2 attempts. She knocks down her first. First basket of half number 2 and up to 6 points now on the evening. And a 9-point lead for Arts. And LaFontaine no good on her second free throw. Christine Squeglia on the rebound and quickly across midcourt. Summer Sutter inside 20 seconds. Mountain Lakes would like to get a basket here heading into our third and final break. Ross, pass to the paint intended for Sienna Bednar, and the ball makes its way out of play. The Jaguars last to touch it, so Mountain Lakes will inbound from the baseline. Thalia Klein, the junior, will check in. She has a triple here this evening. So Bednar, Klein out there, the 2 3-point threats for Mountain Lakes. Inside for Ross. 3 seconds left to play. Bednar fouled with 1.1 seconds on our third quarter game clock. It'll be Rivera whistled for the foul. And this will set Bednar to the free throw line. Mountain Lakes up into the bonus in a 9-point game. Bednar looking to try to cut this deficit down. Now an 8-point game as we approach quarter number 4. And Bednar good on her 2 free throw attempts. Now up to 8 points now on the evening. And stolen by Carly Ross along the far sideline as Arts tried to make their way up the floor quickly. No danger, however, as the third quarter buzzer sounds. Arts High School, a 31-24 lead over Mountain Lakes with 8 minutes left to play here from Franklin High School. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the 2025-2026 New Jersey Group 1 Girls State Semifinal live only right here on NJ.com. Fans, did you know that as subscribers of NJ.com, and I'd assume that many of you or most of you are if you're watching this evening's Group 1 Girls Basketball State Semifinal. As a subscriber, you have access to download for free high-resolution photos for personal use. So make sure you are subscribed. Go ahead and visit NJ.com/HSSports. And you can check out photo galleries from today's game, from Saturday's games, if you want to go check back to the sectional finals, sectional semifinals, quarterfinals. Essentially, if there was a NJ.com photographer at your game. There will be photos there live, so make sure to go visit nj.com/HS Sports. You can go ahead and browse the games and the possible photos that may be available for you to download there for free. A 7-point game with 8 minutes left to play and a spot in Sunday's Group 1 girls basketball final at Rutgers University on the line. Arts will strike first here in quarter number 4. A layup converted by Ayana LaFontaine. And the Jaguars will not make it easy for Mountain Lakes even to get across midcourt. A violation against Mountain Lakes. Summer Sutter unable to get across midcourt in time, just about a second or two too late. Gives Arts an opportunity to put this game back up to a double-digit margin. LaFontaine. Here's Rivera. Stolen away, turnover as Mountain Lakes settles into the zone. Armani off on her layup attempt. She'll head back and recover defensively. LaFontaine for Morgan Hare. A lot of contact along the far sideline in front of the Arts bench. The foul will go against Christine Squeglia as her 5th foul of the afternoon. As Squeglia will check out for Mountain Lakes. Ella Ashley checks back in, entered the evening with 30 points, 48 rebounds, 25 assists, and 46 steals on her freshman campaign. And glad to see Ella Ashley back out there after the collision in the third quarter. Long arching pass towards the far sideline and bounces up and over the Arts bench. Jaguars the last to touch it, so Mountain Lakes will inbound from right there. Armani will handle the inbounding duties to Summer Sutter. Runs into some trouble. Morgan Hare gets her first basket to fall this evening. And now up to an 11-point lead for the Arts Jaguars. Klein, ball stolen away by Neela Rivera. Pass forward for LaFontaine, and she converts. Mountain Lakes reeling here. Annalise Armani off the inbound for Shea Sutter. She's quickly double-teamed, looking for help. And a timeout called by head coach Meg Olenowski for Mountain Lakes. That averts possible danger as Shea Sutter was in trouble along our near sideline. Stops our clock at 6:16. Arts a 37-24 lead. As non-public A and B, boys and girls basketball finals will be tomorrow, Thursday, March 12th, from Rutgers University, Jersey Mike's Arena. Saturday will be the boys and girls groups 2 and 4, Sunday groups 1 and 3. So make sure to put that on your radar. Shabazz knocked off Waldwick in our first of 2 games here from Franklin High School. Pretty wide margin. I believe it was about 17, 18 points. The Bulldogs of Shabazz High School out of Newark, New Jersey. Arts High School trying to join them on Sunday at Rutgers University and play for a Group 1 title. Shabazz beat Arts in boys basketball. That was Saturday's sectional final. And Shabazz put up something like 90 points. Let's see if I can access that chart quickly. I can. 95-72 win this past Saturday in the boys basketball North 1 Group 2 final. Appeared to be a drawn-up play there by Mountain Lakes. Got the ball to Ella Ashley. Her layup attempt no good. Neela Rivera ended up on the ground. Ball makes its way out of play along the baseline underneath the Arts basket. The possession will stay right here with Mountain Lakes as the Jaguars were the last to touch that loose ball. inbound. Cross court to our near sideline to Bednar. Summer Sutter looked like she was going to pull up from three. Will shoot from just beyond the free throw line. The sophomore Summer Sutter knocks down her first basket of this evening's semifinal. An 11-point margin inside 6 minutes to play. LaFontaine, bounce pass for Nila Rivera. Rivera drives back to her right, bounce pass inside, and finishing is number 5 in green, Burgess, the sophomore. Up to 11 points now on the evening for the sophomore Burgess. Here's Summer Sutter, fresh off her first basket of the evening. She's matched up with Ayanna LaFontaine. Bednar, pass inside, working hard was Annalisa Armani. Ball making its way out of play. Mountain Lakes will keep possession. Approaching 5 minutes to play in our Group 1 semifinal. Bednar will inbound for Summer Sutter. Shea Sutter at the free throw line. She backs out beyond the three-point arc. And a traveling violation called against Shea Sutter. And she has a quick conversation with our near sideline official. As she ran into 2 green jerseys, tried to evade both defensive players for the Jaguars, but called for the travel and a turnover. Burgess from the midcourt logo, now LaFontaine. Bounce pass for Rivera from 3, near sideline, gets the tray to fall. The senior Rivera, her first triple of this evening's semifinal. Now up to called a 16-point lead now for Arts High School that they've raced out to. Trying to do quick math there as there's a foul down the other end. Sophomore Summer Sutter will head to the free throw line for a chance at 2 free throws. Too strong on her first attempt. And no good on her second free throw attempt. As Rivera quickly up court. Double teamed quickly. Pass to the top of the three-point line for Burgess. She's fouled on her way to the basket and 1. Sends number 5 in green to the free throw line for a chance at a 3-point play. As we approach 4 minutes left to play here from Franklin High School. And just shy of a 20-point lead for Arts High School. No good on the free throw, but a green jersey moved early on that free throw attempt. Mountain Lakes will inbound from the baseline underneath their own basket. 18-point lead for Arts High School. Mountain Lakes really needs to start pulling out some stops and generating some offense as Nila Rivera, the steal and the score. Now a 20-point game here in the Group 1 semifinal from Franklin High School. Summer Sutter trying to make something happen, driving to her right just outside the paint, draws a foul. And the sophomore Summer Sutter will head to the free throw line for a chance at 2 points here. She was 0 for 2 on her last 2 free throw attempts. And no good on her first. Sophomore Summer Sutter, just 1 point shy of 200 points on her varsity career. There it is. A young varsity career for the sophomore and 3-sport athlete Summer Sutter. As it'll be, I believe, a Mountain Lakes timeout. Our clock stopped at 3 minutes, 53 seconds left to play. And with that timeout, we'll step aside for a quick break as well. As you're watching the 2025-2026 New Jersey Group 1 girls state semifinal live on NJ.com. If anybody's having fun here this evening, it's those ladies there behind the arts bench. Cheerleaders having a great time here this evening. They had a little halftime performance and now celebrating their team leading by 19 points. Under 4 minutes to play here from Franklin High School. Give and go with Morgan Hare. Neela Rivera across midcourt. Rivera looking for help, finds it in the form of Hare as Ella Ashley is essentially just playing the ball. Mountain Lakes needing to force a turnover here and a handful of turnovers if they're going to try to get back into this evening's semifinal. And prior to Neela Rivera throwing that ball away, a timeout by head coach Tariq Brown and the Arts Jaguars. Again, Brown in his third season as head coach. His winningest season, 25-4, and just about 3.5 minutes away from improving to 26-4 in playing for a Group 1 state title. Mountain Lakes is playing without two of their better players, Caitlin Squeglia and Becca Horowitz, two seniors, two leaders on this Lakers squad, out for much of the entire season. Morgan Hare inside, shot off the backboard, no good, rebounded by Annalise Armani. So the Lakers are playing a bit shorthanded as they have done all season. Were able, however, to win their sectional title by a big margin to a 26-point win over Pequannock. As Arts forced a turnover down the other end, Mountain Lakes forced a turnover right back and now possess offensively. Shea Summer looking for help. Does not find it. Was trying to force a pass to Annalise Armani. And a whistle, foul called against Sienna Bednar. As we likely will see a lot more of that here down our closing stages as Armani will check out. 2:44 left to play. But needing to try to generate offensive possessions and get the ball back. We'll likely see a handful of fouls here to close out these next just over 2 minutes. Ella Ashley playing defense along our near sideline. LaFontaine finds Nieja Troutman for a three, her first triple of the evening. Up to 9 points now in the Group 1 semifinal. As it's now a 22-point lead for the Arts Jaguars. Pass inside into the paint for Shea Summer. She gets the field goal to fall. Her second basket of the evening. Rivera quickly across midcourt, having fun out there as she makes her way to the near sideline. You can see her big smile from where we are perched up here in the bleachers. Ball out of play, last to touch it, Mountain Lakes. The possession will stay right here with the Arts Jaguars. Inside 2 minutes and a running clock as the score is a 20-point margin. Rivera from midcourt, covered by Ashley. as it was Shea Sutter coming over defensively, and she is the committer of that Mountain Lakes foul. Shea and Summer Sutter will be back for a senior season, as Dylan Lukapolis will check out for Mountain Lakes. $1:34 left to play. Rivera driving to the basket, gets her layup to fall. 16 points in this semifinal for the senior captain, Mila Rivera. Summer Sutter fouled on her way to the basket. As we approach a minute to play, the sophomore will head to the free throw line for an and one opportunity. And a wholesale substitution here for Arts High School. As the starters come out, Rivera, Troutman, Burgess, Allen, and LaFontaine all come to the sideline, along with Morgan Hare. Big evening for those six. Propel Arts out to 51 points and now a 19-point lead, excuse me. Ball to play along our near end line. Possession will stay right here with Mountain Lakes as we approach a minute to play. Minute 12 on the game clock. Shea Sutter under the basket and one. The juniors saying this game's not over just yet. And this is a program, Mountain Lakes High School, that knows how to win. As I mentioned earlier in this game, girls soccer had won 3 of 4 sectional and state titles as Shea Sutter converts on her and one. Girls lacrosse, boys lacrosse titles. This is a winning program, winning culture at Mountain Lakes High School. They won't go away too easily. It is a 16-point game as we approach a minute to play. As Arts High School is up into the bonus, it will be 2 foul shots down the other end for the Jaguars. And Nicole Ray Bogan, number 0 in green, will take it. Or take them, I should say, the 2 free throws. She has not converted on any points yet this evening. And off the rim, and no good on her first attempt. Bounced off the front of the iron, back of the iron, backboard, and no good. And Bogan, the junior, able to convert a point here in this evening's Group 1 semifinal. As we hit the minute mark, Bednar, a long 3, her third three-pointer of the evening. In a 14-point game, ball out of play along the far sideline in front of the scores table. And back to the free throw line will go Nicole Ray Bogan. .2 seconds left to play in a 14-point game. And Bogan no good. Rattles her shot off the rim. And her second free throw attempt is good. Nothing but net. 2 points on the evening for the junior Bogan. Shea Sutter, miscommunication with Bednar along the near sideline. Pass goes out of play. Arts having some trouble inbounding. And Bogan will just toss the ball off the knee of Sienna Bednar. That'll keep the possession right here with the Jaguars. 15-point game with just over 45 seconds to play. Long inbound pass off the hand of Summer Sutter. Shea Sutter up to the rim with the basketball. She's fouled on her way there, and she'll head to the free throw line for 2 free throw attempts. Mountain Lake still a breath of life here. Got to make these free throws, though, if you are the Lakers. Sutter no good on her first attempt. And off the rim, off the backboard, and no good on her second free throw attempt. Quickly up floor is Arts High School. Converting the layup is number 3 in green. And I don't have a number 3 in green, so a basket made by Arts. Back the other way, and a whistle prior to the shot. As the foul will be called against Christine Squeglia, as Bogan will head to the free throw line. Squeglia fouls out. She'll head to the bench in a 17-point game with 23.9 ticks left on our game clock. Bogan, another opportunity at some more points. She misses her first free throw attempt. And to add to the Jaguars' lead, it's now a 56-38 basketball game. Ashley to her right for Bednar. Back to Ashley. Swings to the far side for Sutter. Skip pass for Bednar. Long three off the front of the rim. No good. And out of play, last to touch it, Michaela Allen, the junior, for the Jaguars. Stops our clock at 8.4 seconds. In what is an 18-point game. Arts High School, the Jaguars, will move on to Sunday's Group 1 semifinal. And they'll improve to 26-4 on their 2025-2026 campaign. Likopolis bobbles the ball inside 3 seconds. A scrum for it as the buzzer will sound. Arts High School out of Newark, New Jersey are headed to Sunday's Group 1 final at Rutgers University. They improved to 26-4 as the number 20 team in New Jersey per NJ.com will be playing for a state title this weekend. Nila Rivera led the Jaguars in scoring, along with Ayana LaFontaine. As for the Mountain Lakes Lakers, they fall to 19-12. Shea Sutter leading the way offensively, along with Sienna Bednar, knocked down 3 3-pointers this evening. As Arts High School, an opportunity to win their first state title this Sunday in program history from Jersey Mike's Arena at Rutgers University. Make sure to follow along their social media pages as well as NJ.com for information for where you need to be, when you need to be there, or where you might need to watch. Just watching the Arts High School girls celebrate their semifinal win, moving on to Sunday's championship game. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will bid you farewell this evening. For Josh Drebsky, your producer extraordinaire and cameraman this evening, my name is Ryan Holzbus. Thank you for joining us for this rendition of NJ.com live broadcast as Shabazz and Arts High School out of Newark, New Jersey, moving on to Sunday's state final. Have a great rest of your Wednesday evening, and we'll talk to you on the next broadcast live right here on NJ.com.